computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Okay, good morning, how are we doing? Trial, good morning. Thank you for joining the stream. Thank you for being the first one there, racing to it. How are you doing? Right then. Okay, so let's get this one here. So this is one of the first characters I did for Ascendia, for SPG editions. So this character is one of the player characters for the game. Excuse me. Just pop my phone. Can anybody hear me? Chris, what are you doing, man? So Chris has just messaged me saying there's no sound coming through. He's panicking, but obviously he's got it on mute because he's like me and he's old and technologically inept at times. So, the times I've run streams where I've had my microphone turned off for the first 15-20 minutes until somebody says no, we can't hear anything you're saying. Right then. So this guy is one of the first characters I did for Ascendia. He's now going to become the 6th character for Ascendia. So I'm going to use him as a starting point for the next one. So first I've got to grab the new artwork from Chris. Sent it over to me the other day. And Messenger's not working. Awesome. Okay, so character for today's sculpt is this dude. So brown boots, purple trousers, kind of a oversized baggy shirt, some swag bags and stuff on his belt, some bracers, and a big cool purple cape. So, starting here now, we're actually not a million miles off. So I'm just going to turn my poly groups off on this one for now. Let's just get a bit of groundwork done. So we've got a few things in place that we need. There we go, Chris has thrown in a little bit of a background for him. So his name's Torenn-Dalkis, a Condorian relic hunter from the Imperial City of Colonel. He's travelled to Ascendia specifically to search for an ancient Thargan relics. Oh, we've had a little raid. Who's raided in? Oh, Trio. That's how you raced in and raided in. Awesome, thank you. Thank you for the raid. So yeah, so where we at? There's no record of them ever finding Ascendia, however their sworn enemies, the Harrods, came through the region centuries ago. Legends tell of a war bounty that a Harrowed chieftain brought back and hid there before disappearing in the midst of time. Torenn-Dalkis is here to find it, and who knows, maybe lead Ascendia. Okay, so he is part of the expansion pack, so the first 4 characters I've already done, plus a bandit. No worries. Do you know what? Do I follow you on? Let me see if I follow you, and I'll give you a follow back. I'll give you a bit of a. Can't do it. Why not? Oh, because I'm on multi-stream. Hang on. Follow you back. There you go. So you can't do things like that in your multi-stream chat. Right then. You need to do Ascendia yourself. Do you know I haven't played it yet? I was hoping to get a game of it on over at UK Games Expo, and I was absolutely mobbed down, and then like my brain was melted. It was just too big for me, so I've backed it. So I'll just be waiting for I'll be waiting for it to come when it arrives. Okay, so let's start modding this guy back. So let's do the face first. So let me turn the rats off. I don't know if anybody's seen these actually. I can't remember. Did I do these on stream, Chris, or did I just do them for you? I can't remember. So I really like these rats. They came out really well. They print really nice as well. I've seen them on the tabletop. The ones that Damien had painted, they were ace. Let me turn the rat swarm off anyway. Thank you very much. Right, let's get my green dude back. Do excuse the dog barking in the garden. Let's pop him at home, and we'll put the base at home too. Vibrant ads. Well, you know how these things go. They don't really care where you are geographically. They just want to sell their stuff. I think they're more concerned about people seeing it than the right people seeing it sometimes. But right, let's remove the. Let's auto group first. Remove the fur collar. Got surplus to requirements. We'll take his gloves off. I was just really hoping he had hands then as well, because like sometimes when I do this I'd turn the hand into the glove. So let's just delete that, delete him. We'll delete his jazzy belt buckle. We'll take that that's actually all part of the same thing. The pouches we'll keep for now, the strap we'll keep, but the strap I'm going to... Hang on a second. So the kids have left one of our mixing bowls in the garden, and I've just heard the noise, and it's the dog chewing it. I've got a mango mixing bowl. Going on down, okay? Okay, so we're going to turn this strap sideways. I'll delete that one actually. Cut off. Get down, you sod. Get right down. Lie down. I've just screwed up and deleted his feet. Oops. Just these mate. This does seem like a little bit of a crass way of doing it, but trust me, follow the process. Yeah, do you know what it is? I can't even lie. I can't even pretend it's hard work. It is sometimes. It can be hard work. But, you know what they say, if you love what you do, you never work a day in your life, do you? I only have to work when I'm doing admin. Chris, have you got the artwork for this dude that's not as a standee from the game? You got like the full artwork for him? Because I can't see the bottoms of his feet because of the standee base has kind of gone over them. Can you ping that over for us, dude? And I'll just mod the boots if needed. They look like they're just simple leather boots, to be fair, so I'm hopeful they're going to be easy enough to deal with. But if you've got any extra detailing now, I'll make sure it's in. So Trail, how's Oz looking at the moment then? You're in your winter season there, aren't you? Getting into it. Yeah, they're doing roadworks everywhere around here at the moment, and I can just hear all the workmen outside the garden. Not like they're not in my garden, but they're on the road in front of my house, and the road adjacent to my house. Just sirens and stuff everywhere. Something was falling in my office and the dog was running out to chase a bird, I think. Listen to that all day, it's like tedious, man. Cheers, Chris. Let me just grab that now. Sweet. Received, thank you, matey. Oh, it's flipped. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we only really normally worry about what's on the underside of the feet when you're doing like a running pose or something along those lines. Otherwise, it's going to end up getting flattened off for the miniature. Oh, you absolute dick! Really? ZBrush. At least we ain't gone too far into it. Yes, I know. I know it's abnormally terminating ZBrush, that's because you killed it. Right, back to the beginning, auto group. Dude, this isn't even just live streaming, this is just ZBrush full stop. This is like everyday occurrences. This is some streams it'll do it more than others. But yeah, this one was just trying to piss me off this morning, I think. Yeah, nothing ropey on the desktop that you don't want anyone to see. This is the problem with ZBrush though, is like it literally will just go at the drop of a hat for no apparent reason. It's just going to dip out and just completely die. And there's nothing you can do about it, and you often don't get any warning or any kind of like any heads up that it's coming either. It just happens. There you go. 8 people on stream. Chris has just done another dump of the lore for the guy. So if you want to know who this guy is, have a little check of Chris's post, Chris's comment. Do you know what? I will actually. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to post the same thing because I'm going to be posting it to Facebook and YouTube. So there we go. Did it work? I do not even know. Doesn't look like it did. Okay, for some reason it doesn't look like my chat's going out. I'll put the character bio in the chat description for the YouTube vid. In the chat description, what am I on about? The video description. I'll post it directly into the description at the end. Is this guy like loosely based on Mark Hamill in The Last Jedi? Or a little bit of Obi-Wan in the Phantom Menace or something? So I'm getting vibes of that coming out. I think if you put a lightsaber in his hand, I think he could pass. Yeah, seriously, I'll check it out. See, can't you just see it? Like, put a lightsaber in hand. Wong. That's my lightsaber sound effect. You like it? I'll hide it for it. It's going to go back up here. Okay, so he's still got a beard, but not quite such a severe beard. Oh yeah, for sure, man. Talking stubble, I'd better shave him, I don't know. Because stubble's more of a painted effect than a sculpted effect. You sculpt a beard, you paint stubble. So. Do you know, I always find it amazing how well you kind of think the visuals are going to sell stuff, and then you realise that there's a lot of people become invested not because of how something looks, but because of the stuff that you don't see. So all of this story in the background of things, that's the bit that really gets people invested in the game. I think it's one of the reasons I think Warhammer and 40k do so well, because they've got such a massive amount of like background lore. The miniatures are kind of, you know, between good and mediocre for the models for the most part. But the stories and all the background and the fluff and everything else, that's what hooks people in. I think if they didn't have that, they obviously wouldn't be, well, I'm hypothesising of course, but I suspect they wouldn't be as popular as they are. What's going on here today? I'm struggling a little bit with the polishing tools. Don't seem to be as responsive as they normally are, or as they should be. Go away, bee. Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, Chris has put, like, was it 30 odd years of kind of work into kind of building it and kind of developing the background. You know, I don't think there's many other game systems where you can say there's, like, you know, one person's had such a massive kind of input into it. It's a shame more people don't know about Cursed Empire, because I think that it's, it deserves to do well. You're welcome, Chris. Stating facts, mate, stating facts. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Chris has described it various times as like an ecosystem of games that all like interlink, and you know they share the same kind of background, and the lore and everything else. They're set in the same world, but they can have like different feel and different kind of like, you know, atmosphere about them. Ascendia feels a lot more light-hearted than most of like, the Cursed Empire stuff, which is very kind of like, you know, murder and subterfuge and assassination and kind of all that kind of good stuff. Chris, you need to tell them, mate. You gotta tell them. And the Game Found campaign will skyrocket because everybody will know. Secrets like that. Thanks for posting all that, Chris. We'll have to get all of that text and we'll pop it into the YouTube stream too. In fact, if you want to go over to YouTube, mate, and spam it in over there, you feel free. YouTube will be the version of this video that kind of lasts the longest. So, the Twitch ones get archived after a while, so the Twitch videos don't live around for a long time. Tool. So anybody watching on YouTube, Chris is about to drop the story for you. I'll make sure I save this one regularly. So when you're sculpting hair or fur or anything like that on a surface, what I always tend to do, try and keep the strokes about the same length. Try and avoid anything that's like exceptionally longer than others. Use your lazy mouse. So when you use lazy mouse, you can see it starts, there's a taper to the brush. Starts thicker and then ends lighter. And then basically just fill all of the space. Don't worry about it all being uniform and going in the same direction. The aim is to fill all of the space and not cross anything over. As soon as you start getting crossovers, it gets messy. Oh no, that's going to kill you, Chris, that is. Yeah, anybody else who's watching, if you want to jump in, join the chat, tell us how you, tell us what you're up to today. Are you sitting around working? Are you chilling at home, walking the dog? Your conversations are always welcome. Oh, it's a bank holiday in France. So everyone's going to be feet up and relaxing and getting ready for a morning at the beach or... We had ours last week, I think, didn't we? Or UK Games Expo was our bank holiday weekend. Okay, I'm not going to worry too much about the top of the shirt. The King's birthday. What, as in King Charles, or we don't even celebrate that in England? Is this that thing where they have an official birthday and then they also have their unofficial birthday? Like the royal birthday. So I know there always used to be that thing about the Queen having 2 birthdays. 14th of November is his actual birthday. This isn't when he was this wasn't his like his coronation anniversary or something, is it? So I never understood. I don't know if anybody else in the chat knows, but what the hell is going on with this the monarchy having 2 birthdays thing? There's got to be some historical significance to it, because neither one's been a big deal, has it? So it's like, the future leader of Ascendia gets free. Well, better get cracking and get winning the game then. Do you want that extra birthday? Yeah, just before I started streaming today, I was chatting to Phil Eden. He's on Instagram as Wickerman Paints, and I called him because it's his birthday today. I think he's 66. Yeah, I've said it a few times, mate. Yeah, it's his 66th birthday today, so happy birthday to Mr. Eden. He's having a chill day today. Ready for a holiday. I know he's just retired this week, or last week I think it was. And my dad also, it's his birthday on Friday. And he's also retiring this week, so he's got Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday left at work. Oh, happy birthday to Chris's sister as well. You're welcome. Is she in France too, Chris, or is she in like Cyprus or England or? France. Your family's absolutely everywhere, aren't they? Like you're a multinational family. So what we got? Australia, France, Cyprus, UK. Anywhere else? So I'm looking for Ascendia. Sweden and Austria as well. England, France, Austria, Africa, oh no, Australia, sorry, Africa, America, Austria, Sweden and Cyprus and Ascendia. See, mine's not as far reaching as that by a mile. I've got an aunt in Australia. Got like second cousins and kind of like more distant relatives in Ireland. And that's about it, I think. Everybody else is in the UK. Oh, the worn, mate, that's mostly down to painting. So I'll make them very creased and wrinkly when we're posing. But in terms of the wear and tear and stuff, that's definitely a paint effect. Short of putting like holes in them and like, you know, having your toes poking out the ends or something like that. But yeah, in terms of actually how you make them look worn and battered and weathered and whatever else, that's all down to the painter. Got any painters in the stream today? Apart from me. Do it, Chris. It's not like you're short of things to paint, is it? See, for me, I was painting miniatures from the age of 5. So I'm 41 now, so it's like 36 years. Oh, wicked. Well, Chris hasn't got you doing comics for him yet. Might put your foot in it there. You have to dust off your Copic markers and stuff now. You're gonna have your grafting. Ah, what's that, Chris? This is your comic book. Oh wow. Well, I didn't know he'd done this. Oh, that's very cool. God, I need to do this for... Oh, I definitely need to do... I need to nick your idea here, mate. Sorry. That's awesome. That's some serious work as well, that is. I tell you what, the eyes are so difficult on these as well. Like, you don't realise how small they are. Like, I've been painting the Crystal Collapse minis, and the eyes are a little bit easier to do on them. But there is absolutely an absolutely enormous difference in size between these minis and the crystal collapse ones, because these are 32mm scale and the crystal collapse ones are 40mm, and it doesn't sound like a lot, but you put the two side by side and it's such a huge kind of like, you know, jump in size difference. It's ridiculous. But yeah, it makes the oh yeah, let me just grab, I've got two models I think on my desk. One of them is 32mm scale and one is 40mm scale. Let me just pop my other view on for you and I'll show you these and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. There we go. Good morning everybody. You see Mabel in the background, they're just snoring on the sofa. It's alright, so there we go, look. So that's a 32mm scale model next to a 40mm scale model. So I know you can't see the detail very well, but the size is the important thing here. Just put him right behind. Like he's not even coming up to his nipples. Say hello, Mabel. She's looking up. I can't be bothered. Let's get you back onto sculpting stream. Oh, you moving far, or you staying nearby, or where are you getting off to? Ah. Have you got an ETA on that then, or you is it kind of like pipeline plans kind of thing? Alright, you're going to go spend some time with Tony in Cyprus. Heroes trousers. Do tell us, Chris. Don't leave us hanging. What's Heroes trousers? Chris, you should know this one. I can't sculpt waterproofing and oil. Okay, so the program's called ZBrush. It used to be produced by a company called Pixelogic, and now it's a company called Maxon. I've taken it over. So when I bought the software back in 2010. Paid $700 for a lifetime license on it with Pixelogic, and then Maxon basically came along and went, yeah, we're not doing a lifetime license anymore now that we've got it. We're going to go to a subscription model. So they released a different version of the program. So I've still got my license. I can still use mine. But anybody who's trying to get it now has to pay a kind of I think it's like a 40 or 50 quid a month or something like that minimum. It's a bit steep. It's alright if you use it professionally, but the problem is that there needs to be there's a learning curve with it, and I think they need to do a lower entry level version of it to kind of get people to actually play the game, to people actually like take up the software. Because for most people who are kind of amateur at the thing, they're dabbling, they don't want to be paying that kind of money. I think once you start earning a living out of it, you start making money from it, I think then, you know, yeah, by all means, you want to be paying for the software and make sure you get it like properly. But in the early days, it's it's very much going to be an expense you don't want to be making, laying out on, you know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Adobe do the student licenses, so it's fine. But Maxon I don't believe do. I could be wrong. Maxon might do a student license, but even then, you know, you might still want to learn a software, you know, not be a student. It's simple things like, even if they just said, you know, you can sculpt but you can't export, you know. You can sculpt stuff, but you can't export files. Would be a good way to kind of get people to kind of like, you know, be familiar with the software and kind of get their head around it without having to then, you know, start buying it until they're ready. Because if you think about it, if you're doing a if you're buying into some software and then you decide it's not for you because it's too difficult, the learning curves, you know, the workflows don't work how you want it to work or whatever it might be, you don't want to be committing to massive amounts of money to just figure out it doesn't work for you, you know what I mean? Yeah, I clocked that earlier. The things back to front. Do you want it same as the standee, or do you want it same as the artwork? I mean, ultimately it doesn't matter because we can flip the entire model anyway. Chris, I'm telling you, man, this guy's a Jedi. Hey Eric, how are you doing? There you go. You tell me he's not a Jedi now, man. How are you doing this morning, Raquella? Oops. He's from the future. Do you know what? I think I said this to you before. The things you want to be looking at is like, what kind of style do you want to emulate, and what kind of people do you want to be working for. So if you decide you want to kind of like work for someone like Games Workshop, then obviously the best thing you can do is to go and get some Games Workshop models and replicate them and put them into your. Oh yeah, sorry. Go and get your yeah, replicate some Games Workshop models that you like the look of. Copy the style and get them into your portfolio. If you like the look of like Infinity miniatures, you want to do a little bit of like sci-fi anime type things, then go down that route. If there's, you know, other like Reaper minis or whatever else that you like the look of, then they're the ones you want to be like looking into. Yeah, do you know what? I think you should do. Australian mosquitoes get you in the winter, not the summer. Nice. You're being harassed by them right now, are you? See, I'm not a big spider fan. That's the one thing that puts me off with Osman. I saw a I say Theo loves the spiders. See, I saw a thing, and I don't know if it was Australia or it's somewhere else. And I was talking about spider season, and it looked like there was snow on the ground, like everything was covered in a layer of snow. And when you got closer and looked at it, it wasn't snow; it was cobwebs. And they fall out of the sky or something like that, like the spiders come along in like a big cloud and then just descend and it just falls on everything. And I'm like, nah, no thank you. I think not. It is Australia. See, how do you deal with things like that, man? That's just no. Flamethrower. Yeah, that's about right, isn't it? That's what it'll take. Oh, I just couldn't be doing it, man. Oh, same to Chris earlier. I'm slower today than I normally am because I'm in pain. I went rock climbing yesterday. Took the kids to a climbing centre. Not proper rock climbing, like an indoor thing. They've been like nagging to go for weeks and weeks and weeks, and we finally said, like, you know, we've got nothing planned the weekend. They've both been good, so we said, yeah, we'll take them rock climbing. And I'm like 15 stone, and I feel like I'm quite strong for the most part, but I am not strong enough to hold 15 stone, you know, with my fingertips, frankly. That is an absolute no-no. And obviously discovered it the hard way, and the aches and pains I've got today are just something else, man. It was good fun. I'd definitely say anybody who's thinking about it should give it a go. This is like free climbing, this one, so not using any like harnesses or anything like that. The walls aren't massive, but the kids just love it, man. This is like a little dice bag he's got here, Chris, you know. As I'm sculpting it, it just reminds me of like a dice bag I've got. Hey, your wife, how you doing? Has your wife got a name, Theo? Nice to have you on the stream. Melissa. Lovely to meet you, Melissa. Yeah, we were just discussing the hellish state of spiders in Australia. For me personally, it's a massive no. So when are we receiving Ascendia? When are you looking at delivering Ascendia, Chris? I know you said you got about a week left, is it, on the campaign right now? And then you'll have the post-campaign, so probably a couple of months before you close out your pledge manager. Mid-November. That's going to be a quick turnaround. Are you not going to be doing? You're not going to be running late pledges for very long then, or are you just confident you can turn around the game fast? Do you tend to have much in the way of design rejection and revisions and stuff like that when you're running these games, or have you kind of done enough of them now that you're that you're familiar enough with the trials and tribulations of printed content? And so I had a seminar at UK Games Expo with Longpack. And they were very, it was very interesting, very eye-opening about the kind of things that people screwed up. Some of the things, you kind of, frankly, you're thinking, how the hell do people get this wrong? Things like they were saying, like, you know, they say, oh, we've got a deck of like 150 cards, and they'll send them like 120 artworks. So they have like delays then because the quantities don't meet the number of artworks and things, or the artworks are numbered wrong. So I think there's that thing I was telling you about as well, where they were saying about the if you do multiple languages as well, if you can get the stuff broken down into CMYK runs, so. You know, they do the cyan, the magenta, the yellow, and then they do black as a final pass. And if all of your text is on the black pass, they can reuse your plates for the first 3, and then just redo the thing. But it does depend upon the layout not changing. So all of your stuff still has to fit within the prescribed like layout. It's all quite interesting actually. A lot of stuff I've not really considered or thought about. A lot of stuff I've not needed to think about really up until now. You know, these guys are the pros and I'd be daft to ignore their advice, so... The dice tower will be super easy to paint. If you can master dry brushing, you'll get a really good finish on that. Although actually, thinking about it, because it's FDM printed, you would probably be better off using sponges and stippling it. Because if you dry brush, because it's got the FDM, because it's FDM print, it'll have the ridge layers. So if you dry brush it, you're going to really show up all the layers in the print. If you use acrylic paints and stipple the paint on, you'll get a nice natural kind of finish, but it will hide and mask the print layers. So that would be your best bet. And then where the snow is, what you want to do is you want to paint the snow white, and then paint glue onto it, and then sprinkle baking powder on it. The baking powder will give you a nice like actual snow-like finish. There you go, pro tip for you. So you thought you were coming here for sculpting and the baking powder. Yeah, you're welcome, mate. You can buy snow flock as well. I've got some snow flock. It's obviously a lot more expensive than baking powder, but baking powder works just as well. If it's a sparkly finish you want, you probably want to look at the snow flock instead. Yeah, you can literally mix baking powder with PVA glue and just like spread it on with the spatula, and kind of like layer it up, because you want to completely coat the outside of it as well, so it's like completely covered. So maybe give that a go. Try mixing, you know, mix it up into like a paste and then spread it over. Yeah, so I should just say as well, what you're watching me do here, by the way, is modifying an existing miniature that's already kind of like fit for purpose for this range, and turning it into a completely different miniature, which is actually what I did the first time around. So this, the second guy with the big beard also started as this model. And I don't know if the assassin did actually, if the bandit, I think the bandit might have done as well. Yeah, you don't need to start every single miniature from scratch. Oh yeah, for certain, man. Yeah, if you run a painting competition, once the game's out, Chris, get a painting competition up. Get people to paint the minis. It's, just popping my phone on mute. Having a look at getting some paintbrushes made. So I've contacted a Chinese brush manufacturer called Golden Maple. Keep popping up on my Facebook feed, so I thought I'd try them out. So I've ordered some samples from them. See if we can get some beginner-friendly paintbrush sets made up. Dude, it sounds like you've been traumatised by this this garden situation with Chris. I've got to know more about it. I'm guessing there's spiders in your food, maybe, or something, or that's the vibe I'm getting. I mean, that would put me off. That would put me off big time, man. They were tiny. They're still spiders, Chris. Were they in the food or just in the garden? just being a wimp there then. Yeah, check under your pillow now when you get to bed, don't you? I'll tell you, if I ever visit Australia, I've got an aunt out there. If I do ever visit, I'll be paranoid. I will be checking inside my shoes. I'll be checking in pillowcases. I'll be checking like under the bedclothes. I would be looking absolutely everywhere. I would be. I don't think I'd sleep, frankly. Yeah, sure, mate. I don't know. I'm not sure you'll see it, but yeah, let's put something on now. What is it? If it has a white tip or a go faster stripe, kill it. What am I looking at here? Cheers, Leo. Right, what we're looking at now, so. Yeah, sorry, my brain's just gone into kind of like thinky mode. But basically, what we've got is like a little buckle here on the belt, and it's going to be tiny on the model. So it's got, sorry, not on the belt. Sorry, it's going on the pouch here. So I'm just looking at the fine details. If I zoom in here, you'll see what we're looking at. I'm looking at this. I'm trying to get something that resembles that in a very small scale, so I've got to kind of overdo the detail and make sure I've got some nice deep Some nice deep bits of depth. What's that Vargian? What is it? Is that the language? Is it on the? What we're doing? Laser this off. Draw size down. Is that the language? Is that like? Is this like runic? A runic language Vargian then? Or is it just a design on a belt? Okay, so what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to polish that. Then we're going to just shrink that down. Pop it in place. What says a protection glyph on his loot pouch to protect his loot or to protect him? Let's save now that that's done. So he can locate what so it's like a tracker. It's like having an air tag, is it? It's like an Ascendia equivalent of an air tag on his luggage. Nice. I'm just revisiting this bit because I spotted when I've zoomed in there's some nice little detail on the belt that I've missed off. And it seems a shame for it to not feature. Say an air tag with a remote exploding airbag. honestly, I try and avoid tiny details a lot of the time, just because I know they're not going to actually come through in the final model. But I'd quite like to see these in there, so I'm trying to make them pronounced enough that they actually do show up. Right, now I need to redress this guy's legs because he has got much longer trousers in the artwork. And I think he was painted. If I shortchange him on the trousers, there's this nice area of purple on him that's going to be missing. I think the balance of the model will be affected. And I don't mean he'll fall over. I'm talking about like he's making perfumes in a lab. Nice. Yeah, so when you've got artwork and it's all nicely balanced and all the colours are kind of like well proportioned and it kind of reads nice, you don't want the model to come across different and have a different kind of feel. So we've got to make sure that the opportunity to get that purple, is it purple or blue? That bluish kind of colour that he's got, it needs to be prevalent enough on the model that it's going to read as the blue character, if you know what I mean. Oh, cheers, dude. I was going to say you can't neglect the artist in this as well, though, because you've got some fantastic artists working on your stuff. I mean, I'll say Martin and Ryan, but I mean, I don't know if you've got others working on there, but you know, they're all fantastic. And then is it Chaz on the music as well? I forgot what I'm looking for now. Extracts. Let's go back to the arms and let's unhide all the stuff so I can actually see what I'm working on. See, one of the other things I was saying to Max that we're really going to start driving home with Crystal Collapse is I don't want people. When we first started doing Crystal Collapse, we kind of did it, and we tried to present it in such a way that it looked like it was coming from like a big company. Do you know what I mean? Like we were bigger than we were. And I think there's a problem with that in that it sets expectations, and also there's a lot of people out there who like to support indie creators. And if people just think you're like the size of Cool Mini or not, and have unlimited resources and whatever else, then they have expectations that kind of match with that. In terms of what they think you're going to be delivering, or how fast they expect you, or what finish they expect, and whatever else. So I think the thing for us with Crystal Collapse at least is that I want to make sure everybody who buys that game knows that it's made by two guys. Do you know what I mean? And I think it's really good to see the team behind it in its full glory. Because even with your stuff, Chris, obviously there's you've got this corporate image, but although you've got a lot of people working on it, most of us are like freelancers, aren't we? Kind of like working with you on the project. In terms of the actual delivery team, it's just you and Karen and Tony and anybody else who's like in that like inner sanctum kind of thing. But I think it's important that people see that, because obviously you haven't got HR department, legal team, accounts departments, and all this kind of stuff, which means there's a lot more on your own back, and you're kind of steering all of this stuff. Yeah, exactly. And it's like, I think when people see that, I think they start to appreciate you a little bit more. Because they now know that you're not a big faceless corporation or bloody trailers. We kept having a Mission Impossible trailer coming up on the stream the other day. I can't remember who it was who was watching it, but they were like, they keep showing me the Mission Impossible trailer, but I'm already sold. I'm going to go and watch it. It looks brilliant. Well, fair enough. Can't remember who that was now. But yeah, like I say, the whole thing about showing people, the real company, and not trying to pretend to be something different, kind of endear them to you a little bit more. Maybe they cut you a little bit more slack as well than like they otherwise might. Oh, that's a bit wrong, isn't it? No worries, Chris. You do what you gotta do, dude. Yeah, I mean, one of my favourite moments from our Game Found campaign for Crystal Collapse was the. I mean, we cut it to the wire. Like the campaign succeeded, and we kind of beat our funding goal by about £1,500 or something like that. So it was a really tight thing, but it didn't succeed until the last 25 minutes of the campaign. I mean, it was nail biting, and like, you know, it was pure torment from the creator point of view. But then, kind of seeing everybody rallying behind it made it really kind of like, you know, really good. So we were seeing like all these people who had kind of, you know, invested their, what's the word? They're emotionally invested into the campaign. And they were like, we want to see this happen. So we had people going in and boosting their own pledges, you know, putting an extra £100 on to kind of help it across the line, and really kind of getting behind it to, you know, see it through. And it was absolutely amazing, you know, as a creator to see people doing that. And I say, I don't think you'd get that if it was like Cool Mini or not. Oh, mate, snap. It killed me if we didn't, to be honest. So Haley would have killed me if we didn't. It is, it really is, and you know, it's there's a lot on your plate as well. Do you know what I mean? Like, we went into Crystal Collapse with, I mean, you know already, but we went into Crystal Collapse with like zero budget for advertising or anything like that. Me and Max had put like 3 years of our time into the game, so everything we did has been done between the two of us, using like, you know, no resources other than just hard graft. We've produced everything we've done independently, and it's you know, it is hard at times. Yeah, Crystal Collapse. You know what? Let me just show you the campaign page. I'll do a little bit of a self promo plug while I'm on here. I'll show Chris's campaign as well in a sec. But we go to the project page for it. Yeah. So it's based on the old JRPG, tactical JRPGs like Final Fantasy Tactics. So, so obviously I've sculpted all the miniatures. Brilliant. There we go. So it's like we use the elevations, and you move around the board, and you've got to try and get a tactical advantage over your opponents. So you've got a party of heroes. You have 4 heroes aside, and you can choose from all the different heroes in the game. Swing past the pledges. Got to update some of these images. Yeah, we've got the game board, we've got the rule book, quest book, the skill cards, which is basically they're just a deck of cards that you use to play the game. They're just normal poker cards, but we're having them produced with all the nice artwork on it. We've got the elevations that you use to kind of, you know, step your characters up. We've got like trees as obstructions. Got some standees in the game, but obviously it's a miniatures game more than that. So you start with the all-in pledge. We've got the Varland faction, who are kind of like the King's Court. We've got the Bazalia faction, so these guys are all like they're the equivalent of like House Stark, I suppose, in Game of Thrones. These are like your Lannisters. These are your House Starks. These guys are the Myra. They're like catfolk. They're like desert dwellers, and like assassins and stuff like that. And then these ones are the rebellion from Rosenberg. So these are the hero packs. We've got the monsters. We've got we've got the hobs. We've got the unlocked characters. We've got hob archers. We've got the hob king in there. So we've got solo mode. We've got multiplayer mode, PvP. We've got the PvPvE, and the co-op mode as well. So yeah, so there's loads of awesome stuff in there anyway. We're producing all the miniatures here in the UK. Ifrit's a nice add-on as well. 120mm of fiery monster. Big bundle of STL pack stuff you can buy to enhance your game as well. And I am just in the process of setting that up on my mini factory as well. Not my mini factory, Shop 3D and Only Games. So that will give us the option to buy a physical version of the game. The terrain, sorry. Cheers, man. Yeah, and what's nice as well is Final Fantasy Tactics has just had a re-release announced. So like the source, the original kind of inspiration for the game is now getting a little bit of love and attention in the public domain. Whereas before it was a little bit of a niche kind of, not everybody was into it, but now it's becoming more commonplace because of that. Yeah, good to see, man. Right, appends in there. Yeah, so Chris is basically saying here in the chat, guys, in Ascendia, the reason all of these heroes are just like standing there without any weapons or any armour or any gear and stuff like that is because they are like this is how they start out in the game. So they've got no gear at the beginning, and obviously you'll acquire it as you go. So this is just the state they start the game in. But we may or may not be having some secret discussions in the background about doing some alternate versions, but you didn't hear that from me. And obviously that will depend upon stretch goals and extra funding and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, Chris has got to pay me to do the sculpts. So if you want him to, if you want extra versions of the models, back the campaign, get some more money in there, help it push through some stretch goals, and Chris can sling some more money my way then. Yeah, well, not entirely naked, but they're not going to be loaded up with all the gear. I mean, I did a range of miniatures a long time ago, which were level up heroes, and the basic point of them was exactly this. Like when you start in like a D&D game or any roleplay game, you obviously start like level 1 character. You don't want all this like badass epic looking gear on them. They are, yeah, as you say, nobodies. They become badass through their actions and their feats and their deeds and stuff like that throughout the games. They earn wealth and treasure and respect and renown and all that kind of stuff, and then that's what makes the character epic. So before you get there, you shouldn't have all of this like epic gear everywhere. exactly. And you'd think most people would be the same though, wouldn't you? Like most people would enjoy that part. But I know there's a lot of people who fear like the whole, you know, they invest so heavily into a character and they're terrified of this character kind of like kicking the bucket and whatever. But it's all part of the game, isn't it? You know, you gotta have that fear of consequence and things like that. Otherwise, you know, where's the fun? You got no consequence for your actions, then you end up with you know, an army of murder hobos, don't you? Running around, like killing all the NPCs. But I always remember I didn't play it. We went through you know, the Ian Livingstone, Steve Jackson, what they call the books, the fighting fantasy books. So we got the fighting fantasy books, and me and Jacob were going through them. It was the first time we introduced him to like role play essentially, and we did one of these ones, and we basically, I read the story with him, and he kind of made the decisions and went through. And I always remember there was this like whole section where he had to make this potion to be able to kill this like the big bad guy, the necromancer or whatever, or a lich or something. He had to get a potion. He had to make a poison basically to be able to kill him. And he had the ingredients, like the list he had to get. And then we're walking around, and he goes into this like blacksmith, and you know, the blacksmith's got some items for him to sell and whatever else. And I said to him, "What do you want to do?" And he goes, "Oh, I want to fight him. I'm going to kill him." I'm like, "You're going to kill the blacksmith? Like this poor bloke who's just sitting here working and like, you know, getting on with earning a living?" And yeah, I'm gonna kill him. Well, why do you want to kill him? Because I want his stuff. And I'm like, well, but what about like buying it from him or talking to him? And I'll just kill him. So he kills this poor defenseless blacksmith, steals all his stuff, missed the important thing he was supposed to get because it was information from the blacksmith, and then goes off outside, goes into this garden, and in the garden was a fountain, and in the fountain were some flowers, and the flowers were part of the ingredients that he needed for the potion. Hey Elston, how you doing, mate? So he goes into the garden, and I said, right, I said, the flowers you need, they're floating around in this fountain, but there's a sign next to the fountain that says, do not touch the flowers. He goes, okay, alright, let's leave the garden then. I said, but you need these flowers? You need these flowers for your potion? And he goes, yeah, but the sign says don't pick the flowers. And I'm like, so if there was a sign in the smithy that said please don't kill the blacksmith, would that have saved his life? So kids are murder hobos if you leave them to it. So yeah, so now I know I've got to put signs saying please don't kill the blacksmith. How are you doing this morning, Alston? Fighting fantasy, yeah, you can never get enough bookmarks or fingers or anything on that one, can you? You gotta like thinking of ideas for ChillCon. What for your section generally, or just for the whole show? Oh, Chris, ChillCon next year, mate. By the way, is a 2-day event over a whole weekend. So I don't know if it might be one you want to put on your radar. What you got so far, mate? What you thinking? I'll be going, of course, because I always do chalk on. Do you know what game shows are there in Australia? There's PAX, isn't there? I'm trying to think what AJ said she'd been doing out there. Supernova. Is that like a miniature show or is that like a game show? Because the thing I always struggle with is like, so UK Games Expo as an example, and I spoke about this a few times now, but I have issues with UK Games Expo as a kind of a potential like show for me to do. I've done it in the past when it was a lot smaller, and it was alright. As it's getting bigger, I've done a couple of shows with Chris, and like trying to draw people in to look at the miniatures and stuff is like pulling teeth. And one of the things we found is, or I've noticed at least, you may well have a footfall of like 65,000 people, but like 2,000 people are the people I need to see. And if I go to a show like ChillCon, they've got 800 visitors. 800 out of 800 visitors are the visitors I need to see. So I can either go to something like UK Games Expo and find my audience amongst the tens of thousands of guests who are there who aren't interested in anything I'm producing. Or I can go to a smaller show that's more tailored, and you know, have a much easier time of it and not have to deal with all the mad crowds and stuff. And I think for me the latter wins. You know, doing ChillCon feels like a no-brainer because it's I know it's going to be a small tailored convention of all the people who are there and the ones I need to see. Yeah, you were saying, weren't you, Chris, about in France about like every small town has their own like games, their own game show and things like that. So you end up with like, was it what? What's his name? The guys who did the robot game. They were talking about it, weren't they? Like the other year, and they were saying there's like 450 odd gaming conventions in France. And they were trying to figure out which ones to go to. Like you couldn't even do one every day. Because you'd never be able to kind of get around them all. Obviously, a good problem to have. Like you say, you've got to pick your audience, haven't you? Then. Yeah, 2 to 3 in a month feels reasonable, doesn't it? But I bet that still drains you, though, doesn't it? Shows a year, mate. That like pick up my brain. That would. I mean, I know at some point I'm going to have to start doing it, but I think the longer I can put that off, the longer I can defer it and delay it, the better for me. problem is, as a sculptor as well, every show I attend, yes, we're making sales, but I'm not sculpting. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have said about doing Salute, that Salute should be on my to-do list. Yeah, maybe one day it will be, but who knows. I mean, Salute's very much a miniature show, isn't it? Miniatures and wargaming. The thing that puts me off with Salute is London. You know, I'm not a fan of London. I don't relish the idea of having to go there. Everything's more expensive, isn't it? So, Dragon Meat was, yeah, Dragon Meat's one I should have on my thing. I'm doing one called Wargamer, which is in Birmingham. It's in Sutton Coldfields, not far from me. I'm doing that one soon. I've got to get all the paperwork filled in and sent back to Paul, actually. See what guys on. Yeah, Dragon Meat's one of them you don't really hear a lot about. There was another one I saw in Norwich, I think it was, that looked quite good. It was called Dice something or other. I can't remember now. Cheers, Chris. Not far off now, I don't think. Chris, am I right in thinking, did me and you first meet at like UK Games Expo in 2010 or something like that? Earlier than that? Yeah, it's got that kind of vibe, hasn't it? 2003, so it would have been around the time I was doing stuff with the figure trader then, so maybe it would have been Gen Con UK maybe, or yeah, Steve Ezrin. It was Steve, I remember now. It's alright, I sculpted them terribly as well, relatively now. Yeah, they were all like proper, traditionally hand sculpted back then. I didn't start doing ZBrush till 2010, so. And the what do you call it? It's the yeah, green stuff and Procreate I was using back then. And Milliput too, yeah. So what I used to do was I used to use a mixture of Milliput and green stuff for armour. So you see the armour on the Masters, and the armour would be kind of like a almost white, pale green colour. Dude, Milliput's still around. In fact, there's a lot of people still do traditional sculpts. If you look at Ark World, if you like those kind of miniatures, by the way, if you look at Ark World, Alex, who runs it, he's doing some digital stuff now. Cause I taught him the ropes on ZBrush, and he's got stuck in and embraced it, and he does the digital workshop where he does like STLs every month on Patreon. But where he releases miniatures into the main range, they're all traditionally sculpted still. He still does all his stuff in green stuff. Really nice models. Real quirky look about them. Hiker's World. Have I missed that? See, I'm seeing multi-stream here, and I can see your chat here, Chris, but I can't see anything from Hiker's World. Oh, Wicker's World. I ain't seeing it, man. Why can I see your chat on here, but I can't see any other stuff coming in from YouTube? Let me just check on YouTube. Something is just not working properly. Streamlabs desktop I'm using, but I'm using with multi-stream. But when you chat on, so I can't. It's not letting me post messages, but I can see chat coming in from all the different platforms. So when you're messaging on, Streamlabs desktop, I'm using. Let me just. Morning, Phil. I've already given you a birthday shout out on here, by the way, when I've started the stream. Maybe it was well earlier and I've missed it then. Phil, if you're still on the YouTube stream, mate, peek your head up and say hi. I'll see if it pops up on my stream. So I should be seeing you. Cheers, Chris. Chris, do you ever hear from Steve anymore? He like dropped off the face of the earth a bit, didn't he? I know he gave up miniatures. He got screwed over by Urban Mammoth, and I know he went off and did. He went back into psychiatry. I think it was, or psychology. Hey Theo, yeah, I'm seeing your messages on there, so hopefully they are picking up through. Yeah, I must have just missed it. It's probably in amongst Chris posting all the story or something like that when it's like message. Thanks for checking, Theo. Double dipping and no worries, thank you. Do you know, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen any comments coming in from Facebook either. Save. Yeah, guys, if anybody wants to, you can do exclamation mark save it without any spaces in the chat, and that will give me a little wake up jolt of fanfare music to remind me to save the file. So if you think I've been going for a little bit too long and haven't done it yet, exclamation mark save it, enter. And you'll scare the bejesus out of me and prompt me into saving the file. There you go, cheers Chris. I've just saved it, so let's just do another quick one for posterity. Test them. Got to test them, make sure they work. I don't think they work on YouTube though, so guys, if you're going to do it from Twitch. A lot of stuff works on Twitch that doesn't work anywhere else for some reason. It's like a poncho in it. See, a lot of people don't like it. I know doing live streams recently, and a couple of guys have joined in on Twitch but refused to sign in. They joined the stream to watch it, but they refused to actually kind of sign up, so they couldn't engage. Because you've got to have an account to actually speak on Twitch or to chat. Guys, Chris has just said they're 15 backers away from the next bonus unlock. So if you're looking at it and you're tempted and you haven't backed yet, go jump over onto the game fan page for Ascendia, drop a pledge in, and there'll be some you'll help to get some of these stretch goals opened. Chris, have you got some back account stretch goals as well then, have you? I've got to be honest guys, I hate stretch goals. hate the idea of them. The whole thing just narks me. It's like with Crystal Collapse, I didn't even want to include stretch goals in there. We had to because you lot expect it. But given the choice, I would not have put stretch goals in. And the reason is fundamentally I want to make sure I'm delivering the best game I can. I don't want it to be dependent upon whether or not enough people back it. So if I can afford to fund these things and include them, I want to put them in there. The fact that we end up missing things out because we've funded a bit to a lower level or whatever else, I just don't like that. Hey, yeah, how are you doing? I'm doing great, thank you. How are you? Nice to see you back on stream. This should be a bit more of a regular thing for me now. I'm back in the office, so I've got my actual setup, so I can actually stream properly. So before we had the internet outage around about November time, where officially rats ate my internet connection. Unofficially, on investigation, I believe it was my wife with some secateurs cleaning up the garden. So yeah, it was one of those kind of things, really. Yeah, but the thing is, the bonus minis for me, Chris, like the minis for me, all of that stuff, I literally was planning on putting in there anyway. What we're saying, have I planned fixed streaming times up ahead or just here and there? Well, my plan is to try and do as many days as I can. So, last week I had no internet the first part of the week. I ended up streaming Wednesday, Thursday and Friday, I think it was. It might have just been Thursday and Friday. And then here it was this week now. I've got Monday planned in. I've got another stream planned which will probably be Wednesday, and then I've got a bunch of stuff of my own that I've got to get done, which I'll do on the other days of the week. So I have got some stuff I'll be doing offline, but I'll probably be streaming now from 10 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon most days. On a Friday I might get away with a slightly longer stream. I'll just have to take little pit stops here and there to get the printers changed over and running, so I don't miss anything out. So I've got mass production going on with Crystal Collapse at the moment, so I'll try and crank out a few thousand models to fulfil all of the thingies. So it's all good. How are you keeping anyway? Yeah, so the thing is for me, like with the miniatures, I always, so like we had ideas about what we wanted to do. We knew what we wanted to include, and we wanted to include all of those stretch goal miniatures. They were already, because I've already made them. You know what I mean? They're already there. We wanted the characters there. We wanted to make sure everybody got the full value. So we've gone in there with this idea of what we've got, this all-in pledge that we're going to do, which has got everything included in it. But the all-in pledge is only value for money if you unlock everything, and that's where I have an issue. Is that like I want people to be able to see the value from the beginning, and I would so rather go, look, screw the stretch goals. I'm not playing the silly games. This is everything we're going to give you. The funding goal reflects all of this. Do you know what I mean? But it's like, say, people have set this expectation over the years now with regards to crowdfunding. It's much like with what do we call it now? Like Patreon over the years, everything's been kind of dictated and kind of like shown, like determined by like what's come first, essentially. I will say though, this isn't kind of like a global thing. This is me personally when I'm talking about miniatures, and I'm the one that makes the miniatures. You know what I mean? When I'm offering you a miniatures Kickstarter, oh, I know Chris has extras on the campaign, but the stuff he's putting in there literally needs extra funding. So his is a different case entirely, but for me with miniatures, like when it's my own Kickstarter, they don't cost me anything to make. It costs me to fulfill. You know, I've still got to sell them to you. But if I'm going to include them in a pledge, I want them to be visible. I want you to get the value for money. Cheers, Chris. Yeah, big rugged wraparound outdoor cape. Chris, do you want me to tatter the bottom of it a little bit to make it look a little bit more weathered and worn, or do you want it to be kind of clean? As we said, obviously it's starter gear. Dog ear at the bottom, yeah? Sweet. This guy's cape is kind of like almost like a wraparound kind of thing. You missed it, yeah. Same old scratch. Hang on, so this is the equivalent of like somebody getting up from the sofa with a blanket wrapped around them and then like shuffling into the kitchen to go and grab a brew or something. See, now I see adventurers in capes in a completely different light. Some layers into the fabric in the back then. How's your work coming on here anyway? Can't remember when we last spoke about what you were up to. You doing the was it the animal bangles or something? I think it was last time. Nice. You got any prices through from Shop 3D or anything yet? Shapeways as well now, by the way. Shapeways have started offering drop shipping. Don't know if they're going to be an option for you. Yeah, that's the one downside, isn't it? You just need one made, don't you though? You've got to get one made up so you can photograph it and show it off and you know, showcase it properly, and then from there on you can just do the rest of them as a dropship thing. Guys, I should say as well, the so the fabric thing, you'll see a lot of people will use like cloth simulating. Let's start that one again. A lot of people will do capes and things by using cloth simulation in different bits of different packages and different software. When you're sculpting miniatures, I don't find that that's the best way of doing it. You don't want things to look realistic. We want a stylized representation of what we're looking at, so that it's nice to paint, but it gives the effect that we're after. So if we want a heavyweight cape, we want big, thick folds like this. We don't want lots and lots and lots of little like creases and folds and wrinkles and stuff like that, because A, it's not very nice to paint, and B, the more detail you add, the kind of the lighter the fabric appears. So if you've got like a very thin, like chiffon type material, I would expect that to be very, very, very heavily creased on the surface. Whereas when we're dealing with something like a thick traveller's cape, we want that to have less fine detail in the folds and stuff, and more of these big creased forms, big folded forms. So it's better to deliberately place them and then get some polishing going in there to help refine the shapes, make sure they flow nicely. The other thing I want to try and avoid is, see here, we've got this change in profile. So I'm just going to nudge that through because I want to make sure that the flow of the cloth is slick and smooth. Little pro tips for you. Very small nudges, little taps and nudges rather than big sweeping movements and stuff. Right, let's just run a polish on this. About 900 resolution, polish, Dynamish. that just helps to clean it up a little bit. Right, then it says we're going to do a little bit of a tattering, but I'm going to do that after posing. You see his arms are clipping through the model here now, but I think I am actually ready to start posing the dude. Okay, so I just need to turn his base on and good shout, Chris. Merge. Move this lot up. Center him. Do merge visible. And that gives a new mesh to work with here. Split off the ruler and the base. Okay, so we're going to take the arm. Right, let's just auto group it first. Quick save. Split unmasked, which is the arm I'm working on now, so I can just come back in and grab that from if I need to, well, when I need to. posing, my favourite thing of all time, ever. It's complete sarcasm, guys, by the way, I hate posing hands. In fact, the opposite of what I've just said is completely true. Absolute least favourite part of making any model. Mabel there snoring and dreaming in the background. Little doggy dreams. Cheers, mate. I'm gonna go and is there anything you do will be different as he'll be mass produced versus STL? Anything you will do. Oh, anything you will do different as he's been mass produced versus STL. Yeah, I mean, all of these guys from Ascendia have been kept closed in because obviously when they're. So if I do an STL, there's a lot of things I can do where we're using undercuts and doing stuff dynamically. So for this guy, because he's going to be produced in plastic, I need to make sure that there's no, like you're saying about keeping the like polishing up the cloth and stuff, and avoiding undercuts on the wrinkles. Now the manufacturers will go and do an engineering pass on the models anyway, and they'll close all these undercuts out. But the more I can do for them, the closer to the original model the end product ends up being. So hence like polishing up the surfaces and trying to like keep the undercuts out. Like here for example, like that needs to come out a little bit, that's too undercutting.
Every core computer now has primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Now I don't have proper draft analysis tools, so I can't really check this. So I'm just going to have to eyeball it and hope I'm as close as possible. Yeah, it's worth spending the time on it to make it, you know, to get it done properly. I say a lot of people just kind of like like skimp on the cloth, in my opinion, when they're sculpting tapes. I say cop out and use the cloth simulator, so it'll automatically fall and drape over the model, but then that creates artifacts in the thing, in the mesh, and also depending on how you set the physics of that cloth simulation, it can create some like folds that you're not going to be able to paint very well. It never looks quite, it can look quite realistic, but it never looks quite like a miniature, if that makes sense. It's not stylized enough. So it's worth spending that little bit of time to get it all polished and, you know, finished off nicely. So what we're going to do, I'm going to close this hand up a touch. I'm going to inflate the fingers anyway, so we're going to close this hand up a little bit. And I'm going to have to put something down here. So maybe we're going to bring some cloth in, or we're going to do something to fill this gap behind him anyway. Same with his legs here, so I'll have to bring this cloth in on the cape. We'll have to bring it and close it into the back of his legs. Split masked. Yeah, I haven't finished trousers yet, Chris. They're way too smooth at the moment. They'll be creased up by the time we're totally finished. But I won't do that last bit until... Yeah, we won't do the final detail pass into these poses. So I'll go through and I'll end up adding more creases across the board, I think. So we'll tatter up the cloak, we'll add the extra creases, and then we should be ready in the next half an hour or so at the most. What do you mean file size? So this one's 3.2 million polys. I don't even know what that equates to really. I mean this file I'm using here has got everything in it. Let me just save as. I'll tell you how big that file size is now. So I just need to isolate this particular figure away from the rest of the stuff, and I'll be able to tell you. So Ascendia, purple dude. So he is 87 megabytes in his current state. Actually not that bad. Yeah, the thing is, what you gotta consider though is that I'm keeping it low. I'm keeping it all stylized, so I'm not over. No, the whole file will be the whole file with all of them in will end up a few gigabytes by the time I've created copies of everything, composed them, and whatever else. But because I'm doing it in a stylized fashion and I'm keeping everything nice and smooth and clean, the geometry is quite. So if I show you the geometry on the model, we go to the line there. You can see around the hood, the polys are, well, it's not even polys, it's tris on this one. We've got quite large triangles around the face where we need it, because I'm using this thing called Sculptress Pro mode. It's called dynamic tessellation, and what it does is it creates topology where it requires it. So if you're looking at the beard, where I've used a smaller brush, it's added much more of this kind of tessellation into it. Where I've left it, like the larger areas of the hood, and I've left it with a bigger brush, the tessellations are larger, so the triangles are bigger. Here again, you can see this side of the shirt. There's not any detail on, so it's quite a large tessellation on it. Around here, where I added the creases, I've used a smaller brush size, and the tessellations are smaller. That is just a standard ring untouched, so that's just an untessellated mesh. The buttons again the same, they're just insert meshes for cylinders. The trousers again no detail yet, so they're just like large. So, and I can kind of go over the model if I use it. If I increase my draw size here now and go onto the cape, I'm going to undo this immediately, so don't panic, Chris. If I smooth this out, you see how the tessellations are suddenly getting bigger. But then if I go very small and I come into like a polish, see again, because I'm using a smaller brush size, it's creating dynamically the amount of detail I need. And if I do an even smaller brush size still, we've now got an even denser mesh. And again, smaller, we can go even denser. But it's only done it in the areas where I've physically used that. If I undo that, we've got 537,000 polys across the cape at the moment. If I undo this and remove those extra layers of things, we're now down to 514,000. So there was like 20,000 polys added into that tiny little area just because of that brush that I used. So yeah. The Z-remesher can be a bit of a pig, can't it? Sometimes it doesn't always give you the effects you want, the results you want. But it depends what you're needing it for. If you're going to be doing something animated, yeah, you want to Z-remesh the model for definite. For me, I will dynamesh everything together at the end. It'll all be kind of one homogeneous mesh, and then I will take decimation master, and I'll just pre-process and decimate the entire thing, and the whole thing will end up around about 20 megabytes maybe, give or take. Right, so cape's okay. Yeah, totally. Yeah, the more objects you got, and the more what faces you include, the more vertices, the more data there is, so the more file space it takes up. And the problem I've been having lately as well is, like, every time my file saves, auto saves, the autosave creates an additional file. So basically what happens is my whole save file, my whole project file I'm working on, which is like, you know, say 2 gigabytes, every single time you see autosave come up on the screen, it's creating a new 2 gigabyte file on my hard drive. And the other day I was having ZBrush crashes because I'd run out of hard drive space because of this autosave. Every 20 minutes it's creating a new one. And I had it set at like, I think I was working on like a 6 megabyte file or something like that. And then it kept spitting out these 6 gigabytes autosaves. And I had like a cap of something like 30 of them or something like that. I've had to reduce that down to like 8 or something now, so it's got a much smaller limit of how many you can save. It just means it can't just completely take over my whole hard drive. You've got to be very careful with your space management with it because it can just get absolutely unruly. And it's worth having a little clear down, a little manual clear down every so often, just to kind of say, right, you know, actually I don't need 30 autosaves in my box. I'm happy with what I've got. I'll just delete all the autosaves, and you know, as long as you haven't like experienced a crash and not restored your files, you're fine. Yeah, I never have undo history on. I never save undo history, so this will say over the years I've got used to, and I started with a complete model here. So I actually started this. So this guy began life as this guy, and I've over sculpted and reworked every single part of this guy to turn him into him. So over the years I've kind of got used to just doing that that amount of extra work on him. Just accept it as part of the process. Yeah, undo history will kill your files, won't it? If you leave it on. No worries, I'll be done very shortly actually, mate, so yeah, you won't miss an awful lot. So have a good night's sleep, and thank you for tuning in and for engaging and chatting and keeping us occupied company. Much appreciated. You have a good one, Theo, and Melissa as well. Sweet dreams. Oh, no worries. Thanks for tuning in again. And hopefully we'll catch up again soon. Say hello to Little. Have a good day with them. Right, now the other thing I say as well, at this level of sculpting, I'm at 2.3 million polys for the guy. Sculptress Pro mode, the dynamic tessellation is really laggy. So it will work, but it's not effective much below, or sorry, much above about 1 million polys. So what I tend to do is I isolate the areas I want to work on, like I'm doing now. I can still use Sculptress Pro mode for this now to clean it up and polish the edges and stuff. Get rid of this like ugly tessellation that's going on without having to, you know, worry about it lagging. Cheers, Chris. So you've discovered a new toy now, haven't you, with that? Elston always used to sneak into my streams and like try and like sneak attack me with it. Wait until I was in the zone and then try and scare the hell out of me. Like that. Cheers, mate. It's like I summon the devil or something then, isn't it? Beetlejuice, I said your name too many times. Okay, right then, let's have a look at the arm here then. There we go, there's an autosave going in. And the longer the autosave takes, the bigger the file space it's going to take up as well. You know it's coming. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to open this handout. I'm going to rotate it round. Like he's pushing his cape back a bit. do some tidying up on the mesh, on the cape. Cheers, Chris. Just the tattering to do now, I think. I won't go too mad with the tattooing. I don't want him to look like a bandit or a like an undead or anything like that. Keep it subtle. Cheers, mate. Here, I'm just going to make sure I fill in the back. The bits you're not going to be able to see. Yeah, babes. And normally I'd detail the back, but I don't want to because it may create cavities. We've got to try and fill. Yep, the cavities are no good, mate. Well, for 3D printing they're not. For injection moulding they're probably arguably worse. No deal. There's one of these random ZBrush crashes. Well, not a crash, but like a weird anomaly. Save it now before it crashes again. Okay, so I filled that gap behind there. Let's close the fingers in on the hand. I'm going to take the hand, I'm going to inflate the hand by 2, let's go for 3. Inflate the middle here between the fingers. So for a model tweaking point of view, what will the manufacturer do for the benefit of those on the stream? Okay, so when you take this model here, for example, just back here and behind the arm, you're going to see an undercut. You might not notice it, you might not really see it, but the moulds are made out of like machine grade steel. So they cannot bend, they cannot flex, and neither can the plastic that goes into them. So you cannot have any undercuts. So anywhere where the plastic would get trapped inside the mould will just stop it from demoulding, it will just be ruined. So they have to clean and polish all of the surfaces to make sure that they're all accessible to the mould. Does that make sense? So in some situations that's not possible, and what they do in those situations is they take the model and they chop it up into pieces and then make a multi-part mould, and then they pre-assemble that before it goes out. So I think Chris was saying the Troger as an example was looking at being like maybe 5 or 6 pieces because of its pose. So they're going to chop that up, put it into chunks, and then it will be pre-assembled before it goes into the boxes. Yeah, the aim of the manufacturer is to make the model work in the moulds, basically. Yeah, they'll all come pre-assembled because they're part of a board game. If if you buy any models from my web store, they always come pre-assembled. I say pre-assembled, they always come printed in one piece. In rare occasions where I make models that are separate components, then obviously the expectation would be that you as a customer would assemble them, but that's not the norm with board games. Because obviously you want to just open your new game, slam it out on the table and start playing, don't you? And that's what Ascendia will be. Ascendia will be ready to play, so when you get all your gear, open it up, pop it out of the box, pop it on the table and get stuck in. And then hopefully at some point you take a little bit of time out to paint the models nicely. If that's your kind of thing. Okay then, there we go, Chris. Let's just tat him up. No worries, Chris, always a pleasure. Right, so for the tatting on the cloak, we're going to go to, I'll tell you what I'm going to do, I'll save first. Oh, my arms are hurting so much. Okay, so the guy is separated out. What the hell is that? Duplicate the cloak, so on the off chance I get it wrong or it doesn't look great, we can revert back. Turn off lazy mouse, we're going to go to orb cracks, bump up the intensity to 50 odd. Brush slows down. A few little tears and holes. So it's dragged across the floor and caught on a stick or a rock or something like that in time. If I was going undead with this, I'd be ripping chunks out of it and making holes in it and little fabric flaps and all sorts of things, but we're not going down that route on this model. Keep him classy. I think that would just about do it. Hey Rich, how you doing, mate? Just on the end of the stream now, mate. This is a hero for Ascendia. I've done a bunch of the characters for them already. This is the first character for the expansion pack. Just merge the hands together and get them cleaned up and polished. To go. Tense times, matey, tense times. Yeah, I'm quite pleased with how he's turned out, to be fair. He's looking good. Yeah, that's it, man. Definitely time to take a break, isn't it, after you've had a big campaign like that. Stresses you out. Right, there we go, mate. Let's call him done. Oh, hang on. Not quite. It's a little bit of OCD on my part. Let's get this cape cleaned up. And then I'll drop the stream, we'll raid out, and I will go and grab a sandwich and get the dog fed. Yeah, Richard, if there's one thing you can always count on Chris for, it's some great stories. Right then, here we go. Let's do the next bit then. We'll turn this guy into an actual miniature, a finished man. So we're going to go merge down. Let's skip that cloak. Let's give him his arms back. Okay, let's take him out of this mode, and I'm going to duplicate. Please mute your set, guys. The door's just gone. Back. So, parcel delivery. Right, so we've got the poly version of him, which is if I go to this version now, you'll see it's all different colours. We also group it, every single separate object is one different colour. We go to this version, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to bump the resolution to about 1200, and we're going to go Dynamesh and merge it all together. Chris, I've only just saved it, mate. Okay, so we go solo on it, and you'll see. Yeah, right now I do need to just straighten his feet out. Didn't notice it early because he was standing on a base, but. Oops. Ah. Just slice the bottom of his feet off. Wait a second. Turn the ring doorbell off, and now every time somebody drives past we can hear it in the background like they're in the room driving through a fishbowl. So from this side, you can see there's a little cavity behind the bag, which we've got to address. Right, so guys, anybody who's not on Twitch, Chris has just piped up in the chat asking where everyone's watching from. I'm obviously in the UK over here. Chris is based out in France. We've got Theo on, who is Australia. Yaya, who I believe is either Germany or Denmark or Norway or something like that. I forget actually. I know Rich is here, he's UK based. Elston's UK based as well. I'll answer for him because he's not around. Oh, I don't know actually, to be honest, Rich. He turned up for a bit. He might be in and out of work, but. Right, I'm gonna there's not an easy way of me getting to this bit, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take a sphere, cube, actually, let's do a cube. Dynametric groups again. I can actually manipulate this thing now. I just need to do the same again at the back of his leg. Cheers, Austin. Okay, right, so he is fully prepped now. All the cavities are gone, all of the undercuts are infilled. We've got to go pre-process current, so he's currently 2 million polys, just a shade over. Oh. Okay, and then we're going to do decimate current at 20%. Just take it down to about 400,000 polys. He still looks like his surface quality is good, so I'll reduce that down lower. Go to 12%. Again, we're not losing any surface quality, but I don't think there's any merit in going lower than that. 250,000 polys is pretty decent. So, with my ruler selected, and the actual hero model live as well, we're just going to go and export to STL. Cast Empire Minis, STL files, export, save. Alright, there we go. Final save. So we're done there, Chris, now. And he's in your folder ready to go. Right, let's get a raid out ready. So guys, if you haven't already done it, go and have a little look at the Ascendia game found campaign. You can grab these models on there. You can also get the awesome game itself, the expansion pack. A kick-ass dice tower, which is a big old mountain, which has little little stands on it to display your miniatures on. go. Thank you, Chris, for posting that in there. Right, and right, Mike Moans is on, so I'm going to drop you all onto Mike. We can go say hello to him and see what he's up to. And don't forget to go and give Ascendia a follow. Right, let me go and raid in. Well guys, thank you for joining me on stream today. I always like it when I can get it finished before the end of the stream's actually due. It's not a big rush to get off at the end. So yeah, if you haven't already followed the channel, give us a follow. Yeah, I'll be back. I'm not around tomorrow because I've got to head over to Telford. But the rest of the week then I'm planning streams, so Wednesday, Thursday, Friday I should be online. Okay guys, thank you all for joining me. Let's go and jump into Mike. Oh, we got 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, and off we go. Catch you later, taters.